Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Session 33. After spending some time with the professor, Vanya maybe has some clarity as to some things that happened in the past, and perhaps gives definition to what's going on in her future. With the sort of crystal, mechanical heart of Rune given straight from his chest to her. And with it pulling in a direction leading south. The party has decided to leave Combe. Home for some, but a stop along the way for most. The Lucky Sevens, even though there are only 5 if you include Zephyr now, make their way southward, past the Grey Depths Lake, on this journey towards the Twilight Grove in the south, where this artifact is leading them. And so, you all have gathered your things. It is early in the morning, early enough to set out before the heat sets in from the desert. And early enough for all of you to have had breakfast and completed your morning duties. So now, Lucky Sevens, what do you do?
Vanya's going to wait till they're all done and kind of double check to see what direction they need to go in.
You kind of just get this, when you look into this crystal mechanical heart thing, you get a sense in your own chest of something drawing you. Not that the artifact is necessarily alive or making any sort of movements or anything like that. You just get a general sense southward.
You guys ready to go?
About as ready as I'll ever be. It's always hard leaving home.
It is. Much as I, don't really care too much for the desert, Combe's come a second home to me. It'll last a little while.
Yes, the climate is not the best, but it is good people and a good town.
We need to continue south today.
That's fine.
So south they will go.
Alright. So you start on this journey. Lagon is kind of trailing behind a little silently. Still around if you were to need him in any capacity, but he's mostly quiet for most of the trip. Kind of keeping watch as perhaps you take breaks and things of that sort. And so you travel southward along the Grey Depths Lake. If it gets too hot in the evening, you can always take a dip in those cool waters. It's very refreshing to do so. So, in traveling, you sort of see this transition between going from the desert, sort of very sandy and rocky, sort of colorful landscape, to sort of dry grass and scrub brush, and it transitions into very lush, sort of green, sort of tall grasses. And you see trees off in the distance as they kind of peek over the horizon. It's a very sort of odd sensation going between these things, as just across the lake is so barren. But here you can hear the birds chirping. You can hear the noises of a verdant landscape, sort of the wind blowing through the grasses, and it's almost like it only transitions for a brief period of time. Like there's this space between the grass and the desert sand that is only kept at bay for with very little. It's almost as if this as things have kind of transitioned through the sand and is starting to dry out the grass, and the dried out grass turns into scrub brush, and it turns into even more sand, and the earth beneath it loses that sort of lively quality. And it feels very abrupt, which it's been this way for as long as many can remember. But that line of drying grasses seems to be moving ever forward, decade at a time. And and so in that respect, Kinwin, it's the kind of thing that and your you and your whole clan have been concerned with, is how far will that sort of wall almost stay up? Will it overtake the forest in the next 100 years? Will it only stop at the forest line? Will it stop at all? Will the desert recede? It's hard to know in this moment when these things take decades, lifetimes, centuries, sometimes eons.
Someone would look at the line and then mention to the party, the desert has been growing for a while now. It did not used to reach here before. It's growing imbalanced, and we're not quite sure what is causing it.
Well, I think we might have a theory now. Let's hope we can stop it in time.
I am starting to fear maybe the old god of death has something to do with it.
That's
Well,
my theory as well.
if there's a way to fix this, we can find it.
That is my goal. The goal of all of us druids, to maintain the balance of the land.
What struck me as odd when we were coming through the first time, now it just seems even odder. Just overtaking everything.
especially in comparing that the desert seems so devoid of life, even desert life. And this, you can see, you can see animals scurrying in through the grass, and through the lake. You see fish. You see all sorts of. You see frogs of all kinds. You see so many different things that just signify that life is abundant in this place. And shouldn't that be the case all over? Maybe that's the question. Should there have ever been a desert in the first place? Something to ponder for our nature lovers. But you continue, and you do know that going through going through the forest, you will encounter life, and that life may in fact be dangerous. But you're confident that with the abilities between all of you, that you'll be able to spot them very quickly and be able to dispatch or send away whatever might come along to assail you. And so, I would like whoever would like to make a survival check, just to make sure that you stay on the road. Well, not that there's really a road towards the southward forest, but there is a road.
There's game trails.
Yeah, there's game trails. There's a road going to one of the cities in the south, a sort of smaller city. But as you
I've got a +5.
Okay.
24.
Ooh.
Never mind. Someone's dead.
Kinwin got a 24. Can you do better, Kurobe?
I don't know. I can try. I'm gonna get my dice out.
Like I said, whoever wants to. Click clacks. We like math rocks.
Nope. 24 beats me.
Okay. 24. So Kinwin, as you might have gotten lost in this forest early in your time together with your companions, you've sort of learned to take advantage of the fact that Vanya is also very versed in forest travel. She's very versed in this sort of snares that would come up to lead you off track, or to catch you all off guard, or things of that sort. And so traveling through the forest down the road toward the south, you feel confident that by sort of staying on the road and on the hunting paths, that you could make your way without issue. And given the directions of the sun going above you and beyond you over the horizon, and sort of you're able to make sure that you're staying in the direction you're going. As you near the forest, sort of the first sets of trees, it is starting to become nightfall. It's a long walk going towards there. You see that there are trees scattered around you very, very loosely, and you see an even thicker sort of wall of trees as you start to approach the forest in that direction. And so you decide to make camp with that survival check. You also find a good place to camp so it would have a good range of protection from the elements. you set up uh, your tents or shelters or your sleeping bags to kind of fend off the sort of cold that is starting to set in as the middle of summer is past, and the slow approach to fall is coming through. And so it does get a bit cooler at night, but you're sort of used to that because the cool nights of the desert often freezing and well, close to freezing anyway. The the cool nights of the desert have sort of prepared you all for the sort of cool nights that the fall will bring. And so you already have heavy sleeping bags. You already have heavy warm clothes to sleep in and things like that. So you're already prepared for all of this. And so, who is going to take first watch?
That would be Vanya.
Okay. Vanya will take first watch. Make me a perception check.
21.
You see them coming. They're slowly, but somewhat noisily, approaching. You see a pair of bears in the distance. They look like bears, anyway. Maybe something different. They're kind of hunched over and beyond your dark vision range, kind of walking on all fours. They're sort of large. They're kind of lumbering a little bit. One is smaller than the other, and so you think this might be maybe a mother and cub who are traveling together in this sort of space between where it's simply grasses for miles and the other is forest for miles. This sort of in between that you find yourself in. You watch them for the hours that you're watching the fire kind of crackling to give you a bit of light. But they don't seem to approach very closely. They seem curious, if anything. They maybe smell the food that you've prepared for the day, that Kurobe has so wonderfully cooked for the evening. But perhaps that's what drew their attention. But they've sort of maintained their distance as the fire is still very very tall in light. So they keep their distance. You're very aware of where they are. And so you're...
And when the next person gets up her watch, she will point them out.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And it's kind of by that time that you're finishing up your watch that they've kind of moseyed away, where they're... You see that they've poked their head, silhouetted in the dark, that they've kind of like poked their head kind of back and forth, kind of observing you in much the same way that you're observing it, but have decided to go ahead and pass you by. So they're starting to walk off already. Who is taking next watch?
Korobi will try to take a last watch, so as he's awake, he can prepare breakfast and everything for everyone.
Okay. Then either Kinwin or Lagon can take next watch if you want. If you want Lagon to take the next watch.
Let's do a perception check based on sight.
Yeah, it would be a perception based on sight.
Okay, then yeah, I'll take next watch.
All right. Next watch is Kinwin. kind of give you guys an idea of where you are on the map.
19. These advantage rolls are really saving me. I'm getting a low roll and one high roll.
Okay. Alright. I'm actually going to put you guys on the map screen on our Roll20. You guys in the audience can't see what they're all seeing, but you're kind of, oh, this is even an outdated this is an outdated map. Whoops. But you're kind of in the the lower right hand corner. There's the continent of Argil. And so you guys, if I were to ping right here, you'd probably be about right here by the end of the night. Headed south towards Blankartha.
Okay.
So if you need me to ping it again, it's like right here. You're like just outside of Combe. Kind of there's the edge of the forest, and then there's the road that leads down to southward. So
Okay.
you're kind of in the middle space, like right here. So
Gotcha.
so that y'all understand where you are currently. But heading southward, Blackborough is not in that spot where it is. It is elsewhere in the forest. But you're heading in the direction of Blankartha right now.
Okay.
So that's just so that you have an idea where you're headed and where the road kind of goes. And so, day 2, Kurobe prepares breakfast. The Kinwin and Lagan have plenty of time to do their morning rituals for the day, and you then set off. The feeling you get is still generally south. It's kind of leaning a little westward though, off the road, but you're kind of wanting to stick to the road, as that is you're seeing carts and people start to pass by that should you need help there would be someone to call out to should you need it, or for them to call out to you if they need it. And so as you're traveling, somebody else could take a survival check if they want.
Well, I'll take that one.
Okay.
18.
Okay. The road kind of disappears a little bit in the in a bit of the undergrowth and the and that sort of thing. It's gotten a little overgrown in this particular section as you're heading southward still, but you're able to keep an eye on being that you are a hunter in a sense. You are able to keep track of like cart tracks and that may be a little less visible to those who may be untrained, and continue to follow along in that direction, walking as y'all didn't bring any carts or or travel animals yourselves, so you're doing a lot of your own walking. Yep, and it is a little slower than when you traveled up here as a result. So you're kind of, this is a little bit of unfamiliar territory because you didn't know that this road was here. You were traveling right along the side of the river before, and the river is kind of disappeared into the forest beyond the road. You don't really see it anymore. You still see a bit of the edge of the lake, but you don't really see that river that you followed to get here. So following this road seems like the safest option, as there are others who are also kind of starting their day traveling from everything. So, and it's easy going. There's nothing that really kind of jumps out at you as particularly like it's going to assail you or anything. But you do start to see in the midst of the trees that there's some structures made of stone, kind of deep into the forest, where you see kind of a. It looks odd because it's not made of wood. It's all sort of stone, but topples. It's not really a structure to sufficiently call it that. It is just something that seems odd and constructed.
How far off the road is this?
It's like several hundred feet. It's the middle of the day, so you have plenty of vision.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go check that out. It looks interesting.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna mosey off the road and walk into the forest and check it out.
Okay. Is it just the two of you, or is everybody going?
You following us, Kinlan?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So all four of you are walking together. Lagon is still relatively quiet. He seems to just be paying attention to what's going on around all of you. Kind of keeping watch as you guys are getting distracted by this sort of. As you get closer, you check out that it's kind of made of stone brick. It's like a sort of a tall pillar structure, and like it had been some kind of structure in the distant past, because it's overgrown with plant life. The bit of stone that you saw poking out was probably the one clear side of it, as mosses tended to grow on one direction on plants in some regions. And so the side that you saw is the side that's kind of facing southward, and it just seems like it was built out of some ordinary stone. No real special markings. It's not like it has anything. It's not like it has a large enough surface to it to have anything of any kind of note. It's just some kind of something from the past.
Could have been a road marker at one point.
The underbrush is so thick around here that it's hard to know if there was ever a road here anyway.
The little things we find along the way.
Yes.
But if there's not really anything too special about it, they're probably just gonna move on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So moving along, you get back towards the road. The tug kind of on your heart, Vanya, leading you a little bit deeper, leading you to want to dive deeper into the forest.
Well, you guys about ready to leave the road?
No. We have
That's
to.
where we're headed.
They're following you, Vanya, Lagon says.
And she's gonna follow that tug.
Alright. So you get back on the road for a brief moment, but when it starts to pull in a direction that's clearly not the direction the road is going in, the four of you and Zephyr decide to kind of veer off and start breaching the wall of trees that this road seems to go around. The the underbrush is thick, but Vanya, you know how to take care of that without any issues, and so none of you are really very slowed when it comes to the travel through the forest, because you do have forest as your favorite terrain, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so it's easy enough for you to find the easiest undergrowth to get through, as well as that doesn't require any extra effort really. And what hazards and roadblocks you do find, you know how to traverse around them or through them. It's you're not really slowed by the fact that you are in a thick and dense forest. And the trees here are tall. Some of them only about as tall as as tall as the Gaunt. Some of them even taller, like hundreds of feet tall. The sort of shorter, sort of almost bush trees, just kind of lazily taking in the sunlight that comes in through the shade, and the canopy of the canopy of the forest tends to block out most of the sun, so you're traveling in shade for most of the day, going through this forest. And so any exhaustion that the heat might have brought on is quelled by the fact that you are predominantly in shade now. And you come across another one of these sort of rocky, the sort of structures. This seems to be like the corner piece of what used to be a building, a couple 100 feet off from where you are now.
These woods hide more and more. She's going to investigate it a little bit, see if it's exactly like the other one or if it's any different.
Kinwin, I would like you to make a history check. As you have traversed these forests, let's see what you know about what went on here.
Just a 9.
9? Yeah. The history of the forest wasn't really your specialty. It was more of taking care of the plants around you. And you do notice though that these are stone structures, where most of what your clan lives in is temporary structures made of wood or hides, kind of like yurts in the on the ground and in the trees, where these are meant to be permanent structures from what you can tell. And it's so odd to see something like this in the forest when you yourself and your clan are primarily nomadic through this forest, traveling, southward when the days get warm and long, and traveling back northward when the winter sets in. And so following Vanya and where she's going, you may run into your people. They may have been on the move. So you take note of this, but there is something odd about it, Vanya. Make an investigation check.
Alright. Make sure I'm on the right page here. Dirty 20.
You see the obvious signs this particular location was set up as a trap, and just as you're finding that, you see several individuals who are wearing leather armor. They have masks over their face, kind of a hood drawn on their capes. They have bows pulled out, and are taking aim at all of you.
Well, shit.
And it's in Twilight Grove?
And you hear them shouting out in what is Argyle Common, which Kurobe you would know, and the rest of the party might not, because it is heavily influenced by Spanish in the real world. And so Kurobe, you hear them saying, "Throw us your coin purses and we'll let you live."
Drop your weapons and we'll let you. As I draw the big sword.
Seeing Kurobe draw his, Vanya's gonna pull both her short swords.
I'm trying to intimidate them.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
giving you a little bit of a hand with that.
Okay. Then make an intimidation with advantage, Kurobe.
Okay. That would be a 17.
You see, as yourself and Vanya pull out your weapons, you see that one of them, Kurobe, you overhear them say, one of them say under their breath, "Oh shit."
You know you can surrender. And nothing bad will happen to you.
And in that moment, they all just kind of look at each other and just scatter like cockroaches.
Oh, and here I was hoping to have a little fun.
Let's surrender.
Ah well. At least we didn't have to spill blood.
That's fair. So the looks on their faces when we both pull our weapons, that was priceless.
But simply having bandits in the Twilight Grove, this is not a good sign.
No, it's not.
You do hear the howling of other animals in the forest at this point.
Looking around, do I see any kind of signs of a camp from them? Like, even if I have to scale a tree to get a little bit of a lay of the land?
You can definitely do that. Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Can I give an assist on that?
Yeah, you can do so at advantage, yeah.
Okay, that will be a 22.
22. If they had a camp, it isn't anywhere nearby, as you don't see any sort of smokestacks from a campfire. So
Okay.
they might have traveled here off the road.
All right.
Although what you do see is kind of in the distance, that there's a cart.
In the middle of the woods?
Yeah.
Corby will drop down. Oh, I'm gonna see something worth checking out, and he'll start making his way towards the cart.
Okay, that's a couple hundred feet from where you are currently, deeper into the woods, and so you all kind of make your way towards that cart. And what you find is that the cart is toppled over. Goods are kind of strewn all over the ground, sort of picked at, sort of empty bags, like some some odds and ends that were probably worth very little that are just abandoned. You see, that there's maybe a couple of gold coins on the ground that might have gotten forgotten. But make an investigation check, Kurobe.
Oh, can someone else helm this? I mean, I will, but
I mean, you were leading the charge, so.
okay. All right. Let's see.
You wanted to
That
know.
would be an 11 because I have a -2.
Which is
Oh, no.
which is just fine because really what you were looking for was blood, and you do see some.
Is there a trail?
Yeah, it kind of trails off into the thick of the brush.
I'll start following the trail.
Yep.
And what you find at the end of it, hidden in the sort of dense undergrowth, is a man with an arrow in his back. But you also, when you turn him over, see that there are claw marks in his gut. And that most of the blood that that would have been spilled was not caused by the arrow in his back.
Looking at the wounds, does it look like the claws were post-mortem?
Based on your investigation check, you can't really tell.
Okay.
Or if you
And
want to roll me a
Vanya-
medicine.
Can Vanya tell what animal they came from?
Yeah, both of y'all roll a medicine.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh.
so he's dead.
Yeah, he is dead.
Yeah.
He's got no guts. Like, his guts are missing.
13.
16.
Okay. And so, Vanya, you were looking specifically for what kind of animal would have done this. You find it's not really claw marks, but more teeth marks that you're finding against the bones that are left, and that potentially it is a post-mortem kill, or a post-mortem sort of a
Scavenge feed.
sort of scavenge feed. Yeah. It's maybe the arrow incapacitated him. He went unconscious, but never gained consciousness again. And you look at the arrow in his back, and it was he kind of you kind of look at it. It did kind of, maybe it was a lucky shot. Dangerously close to the heart, if not already barely piercing it. Got right between the ribs.
Poor guy made it through this, only to be killed by something else.
Either pierced his heart or pierced his lung. Either way, he was bleeding to death.
Are there any tracks nearby from whatever did this?
You do see some blood trails from some animals, but they're big. Like, bigger than Zephyr big. And possibly several.
Do they look familiar at all?
They look wolfish.
Okay. She will make mention of it.
But very large for a wolf.
Yep. She looking at Zephyr, looking at the tracks again, and just, that might be fun. Let's just not. Rather not deal with the larger animals that we need to for this.
Well, Grove would probably break out a little. He probably has a little camp shovel, and work on good into burying this guy.
Mm-hmm. And you get the sense that,
I'd help with that.
yeah, you get the sense that he was sacked, probably lost his way on the road. His cart got looted, and then he got ate.
Yeah.
The scenario, kind of what you see.
Well,
At least someone found him.
yeah.
All right. So you send you kind of pull out a shovel and spend some time digging a small grave to bury him in. It is just a sight to see. He's just mangled all to hell. And when you finish up the grave, Lagon will say a quick prayer to kind of send off whatever spirit may be lingering, if there is one.
Yeah. Well, we could keep on our way, or we could deal with those wolves. They look like they could be a problem for the travelers. If we want to do a good deed. What do you think?
I think it might be a good idea.
Being that you're off the road, there is no road to attack right here. So,
Yeah.
just so that you're fully aware.
I could try to talk to them, see if we could come to an understanding.
If that's the way you want to go.
We should at least see where they're at. If anything.
Okay. So you're going specifically hunting for these wolves?
Yep.
Okay.
And I will be right back, unfortunately.
Okay.
Before leaving, I'll go over to the burial and say, Boidi fiar fisman hedo. May you rest in peace.
Beautifully done. You and Lagon do similar in both Druidic and in Giant, and kind of finish covering up the very shallow grave. You do what you can to kind of leave a little bit of a marker, if that's what you wanted, and so you finish up with that, and you start heading in a direction that Vanya leads you to, in order to start following the sort of blood trail that might have been left behind by these wolves. So
I got one question though.
Sure.
Before we go.
Mm-hmm.
How big is the cart?
It's big enough to hold a couple of crates. It was horse drawn, so it didn't get here on its own. But there's no sign of any horse, so it might have gotten scared away.
How much do carts cost in this world? Would it be worth trying to take with us and having my strong ass try to pull it?
You would know based on, if you wanted to kind of fiddle with that while Kinlan and Lagon were doing the burial of prayers and things like that. Getting it right side up and everything, you would find that this particular cart is not well suited for the forest terrain. it would be slowed down by this forest terrain, which probably what led this guy to his demise. He got lost off the path, and his cart maybe couldn't handle it, and then he got sacked.
Okay, well, I'll just remember where it is
Mm.
in case we come back this way to take it back to the road.
Yeah, you're probably half a day's travel from the road at this point, and so as you've been traveling through the forest, so it would be a feat to get it back to the road. You'd probably spend a whole day of travel getting it back to the road
Yeah.
because it would slow you down.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it.
But you kind of make that mental note in your mind, as I believe you all have been given a map of the region, haven't you? Or you've bought a map of the region?
I bought a bunch of maps for my father of
Okay.
the surrounding regions. And
Oh,
I
okay.
imagine we probably would have copied down.
Yeah.
But you would, yeah, you would have, ways. You've had ways to copy things. So a rough copy of the area in which you are in, not to the detail of a true, map maker.
Yeah.
A little more crudely drawn, like the map that you see that I've given you.
My crayon maps alone, okay?
Your crayon maps. Different colored charcoal. Different colored inks.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so a Kurobe drawn sort of scaled down version of the region, where it barely even resembles a full size map. You understand that you're kind of in the middle of the forest, that it's going to take some time to get back to the road, if you were to take this cart back to the road, because it is not suited for travel through the forest. There might be some hunting trails or other such things that he would have gone down, but obviously has gotten lost.
Mm-hmm.
So that is that. And you are going to go hunting for these wolves. How do you intend to do so? You said the blood trails are pretty evident for a little ways, but it's going to take some hunting after that, because it does eventually kind of wear off. It becomes a little less visible over time. So, oh, you're muted.
Groby
Oh.
will. Oh.
Oh, I thought Raven was speaking when she wasn't.
Well, I was saying Vanya's gonna try and find any tracks like they can follow, be it in any exposed soil or just any pathway they could have taken.
Are beasts a favorite enemy for you?
Uh-huh.
Yep, then you would have advantage at a survival check to track them down.
And you said it's a survival check?
Yep.
22.
22.
Groby's going to take one of his hands and or basically draw a little bit of blood. Not open a deep wound, but just enough to get the scent out to attract them.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Vanya, you follow the trail as far as it leads, and Kurobe, you kind of make a nick on the soft part of your hand to get some blood going. So I'm going to say that you are going to take 1 point of damage.
That's fine.
Just because you're purposefully nicking yourself.
Yeah.
And so Vanya, you would think that would be a sufficient enough sort of bait if you get close enough. And so you follow the trail to kind of a, not really a clearing, but a slightly clearer, as far as the density in trees, uh, a clearer section in the forest where you are now. And what you see kind of across the way is that there's this sort of it looks like a kind of a very very large rock face, kind of like a, almost like a small cliff, uh, and that in kind of jutting into this is a bit of an opening. It's kind of like this rock kind of creates an archway that when you kind of look kind of deeper into it, it doesn't go very deep. It's not like a cave of any kind. It's just kind of an outcropping where uh, where you see that there are wolves kind of chowing down on something inside. One of them's kind of lazily just kind of gnawing at a bone to get the marrow. But they are big, and this outcropping is big enough to house. Looks like there's 5 of them here. So you're seeing a pack.
Well, we found them. What do you guys want to do?
And it is getting kind of close to sunset by this point.
Well, I'm of the mind of population control. Pelts and meat are good to have, too. But I think Kenwin wanted to try to talk.
You still want to try and talk?
Maybe I can solve this peacefully.
Maybe they're still hungry. That's your choice. I'll back you up, though.
As will I.
Okay. So, Kinwin, what do you do?
I cast Speak with Animals.
All right. You can now speak with animals.
Slowly step forward some, and then say, "Greetings, friends. I am Kinwin."
You, when you make the announcement and present yourself to them, they all kind of just turn and they turn and kind of snarl, kind of as an initial reaction, kind of and pulling themselves kind of, and their whatever prey they have, kind of deeper into the outcropping. But you see one that's even somewhat larger than the than the others. I mean, this one you might think is the pack leader. Kind of stand in front of the others that he's with, and you kind of hear in this sort of beastly, sort of snarling voice, Kinwin. Leave.
We can, but I wish to speak with you first. You attacked a merchant not far from here.
Dead.
When you found him?
Yes. We eat. Hungry. Do you have more?
I think we might have some rations. Meat rations.
You would know that there's plenty of meat in the bag of colding.
That is for Zephyr.
But they're hungry, though. Surely we can spare some meat.
Give a wild thing human food and they come to expect it from others. It'll just cause problems in the future.
They might outright attack people on the road at that point if they go
Yes.
that far.
The thing is, you need to hunt and eat other animals, not the people.
What
So
do
long
you
as you
care if it's already dead? What does it matter? You would
If it
judge
is
me.
if it is already dead, then you may eat it. But so long as you do not attack and kill living people, we should not have any problem with each other, and we should be able to live in peace.
You should tell them not to eat human meat at all. Even if they're already dead, they might still be blamed. They will be hunted.
That is true. Others seeing that besides me will not be as forgiving.
I will feed my family how I must. You, of all, should understand this, Kinwin of the Children of Earth. You smell like them.
Yes. And I'd like to collect some of the meat and then just step forward and place it on the ground. And then step back.
Grove wouldn't give up meat. He wouldn't want to feed them like this. He's seen it happen in his age.
Okay. So, Kinwin, the meat is not offered to you by Garobe.
They say they will not attack living people.
They may get desperate enough to do so. They might do it anyway, but we shouldn't be giving them a reason to.
If you have nothing, then leave. I am warning you now.
Okay. How about I use my survival to help them hunt for some wild game to eat?
You could offer to hunt with them, but for the moment, he's more concerned with the fact that you all look like you're ready to attack. Because you have the things that humans possess to kill things. He's seen all of those things before.
I mean you no harm, but my companions aren't entirely on my side yet.
Your words mean nothing. Leave, or I will force you.
So long as we leave, there shouldn't be any violence, and I don't think they will attack living people.
I got an idea.
Okay.
It's a stupid idea, but it's an idea.
We do like ideas around here.
If he's kind of showing like alpha traits and trying to bully around,
A little bit, yeah. He's got his kind of back arched. His ears are kind of like laid low, like he's ready to attack, should the need arise for it.
Kroby's just going to drop his pack and walk up to him and size him up. You know, putting his weapons down.
You
and
see that
basically try to intimidate him.
Yeah, and he's He's taking steps back like a scared animal would, because even though you've dropped your weapons, that doesn't mean anything to him. And when you kind of get closer, you do realize that he's a bit of an older wolf in age. Maybe not like elderly, but he's definitely an adult. And when I say that this is a massive wolf, he's like a large size.
Mm-hmm.
Like in comparison, where you're a medium creature, he's a large creature. And so so I'll allow an intimidation roll, but it's gonna be a pretty higher difficulty because
Well,
he's
it's
bigger
more
than you.
of it's more of like I'm challenging his alphaness.
Oh, so that's how it's going. Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
So if he goes after me, I want to try to pin him to the ground.
Okay. So if that's the air that you're trying to invoke, then make me an intimidation check, and he'll respond with in kind.
Okay. That's a 16.
17. He's not
Oh,
backing down.
That's fine. I wanted to wrestle the wolf anyways.
Okay. Are you lunging?
If he's not backing down and starts like stepping up, yeah.
He's stepping up a little bit. He's more it's more that he's standing his ground between you and the rest of his family.
Yeah, if he's not going to like go, I basically want to establish dominance and show that I'm not a threat to him, kind of a deal, so that I'm not going to kill him, but he needs to learn to stay away from people. Kind of a deal. I'm trying to do like a little bit of a teach him a lesson. I don't know. Like I said, it's a stupid idea.
It's perfectly fine. If you want to do that, we can definitely roll with that. So what I'm gonna
You're trying to tame it.
so for the moment, we're gonna consider this more like a back and forth narratively.
Mm-hmm.
So that yes, the T-pose, the T-pose emotes, spam them if you got them. So in that regard, so we're gonna have player characters who want to react. Then we'll have the wolves react and just do the back and forth between that. And so he's kind of standing in a position that's very protective, but also very, very intimidating, where he is not backing down and he is intending to frighten you off. So, what do you do as a result? All of you.
Anya's gonna stand back and watch. She's kind of curious as to what Kirby thinks he's doing. But she's ready in case she has to step in.
Okay.
My last suggestion was weird, and then all of the wrestling and giant wolf came into play.
Okay. So sorry. What was Kinwin doing? I misheard.
I'll just be watching and shocked for now.
Just watching Kurome. Okay. So Kurome, what do you do?
Crow is just going to walk up and enter his space and see what he does.
Okay. So you walk up and enter his space. He doesn't like that, and so he's going to lunge at you.
Okay, if he does that, I'm going to try to grapple him.
Okay. Yep. You can definitely do so on the next narrative turn.
Mm-hmm.
So he is. Let me actually pull up some stats for a wolf. Dire wolf at that. so that I know what I'm working with. Okay, so that's going to be 19 to hit.
That'll get through my armor.
Okay. And he rolls some damage. That is going to be 7 points of piercing damage and make me a strength saving throw.
Oh, joy.
That is 23.
Fair. All right. So,
I'm not scared of strength checks.
of course you're not. All right. So you're going in for a grapple next.
Mm-hmm.
Make an attack roll.
Okay.
Just an unarmed attack roll.
Yep. Oh, that's a natural 20.
Okay. Yep, you have this thing in your grasp. He cannot move.
I'm going to pin him to the ground.
Okay. I'll count that as your second attack. Yeah.
And just start talking to him calmly. No. Bad dog.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that attack roll.
I'll roll another attack roll.
Yep, I'm counting this as your second attack to pin him.
Okay. So if it's an unarmed attack,
Mm-hmm.
that is 23.
Okay. Yep. He is pinned, and so he is considered prone as a result. So, and you're going to just say, "Bad dog."
Yeah, and basically show that I'm asserting dominance. That I'm not trying to kill him, but
He is going to attempt an insight check to see what it is that you're trying to do, because he might be old enough to know. Okay, not bad. He's make me a persuasion check for this next round.
okay. All right, come on. That is shit math. 19.
Okay. What would he do? He seems to understand that you're trying to assert dominance over him, but he doesn't like that. He doesn't like that at all. What are you, just a measly human to him? He's gonna try and bite you, but he's at disadvantage because he is prone. Well, that's a natural 1. Your turn. Or anybody else who wants to jump in.
Vanya's gonna start walking over, seeing that Kroby's got him pinned. And just kind of speak softly in Elvish to him, trying to calm him down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to keep a hold of him, but I'm going to start petting his head and trying to calm him down. See if I can maybe make like an animal handling check on it.
Okay. All right, so
Instead
go
of
ahead and make your
making
animal handling check, and then Vanya also make me an animal handling.
Ooh. That's actually, like, pretty decent for me.
17.
Okay.
21.
Ooh.
Proficiencies.
Vanya, You know a little something about wolves, as you have a domesticated one as a pet. These are wild. That as soon as there's an opportunity, this guy might attack again, or might signal the rest to run, or might signal the rest to attack, because the others are starting to get on edge as well, looking at what you're doing, but for now are not entering into the fray.
I think it's about time we just leave, Kurobe.
I want to put one more message to him. Kenwin, can you translate for me?
Sure.
Not every human would act like I would. I wanted you to learn a lesson that while we can be dangerous, we can also be kind. But you should try to avoid us at all possible. If you stay away from us, then there's no chance that your family can ever be hurt. I would never want the family to be broken up, no matter where they come from.
And I'll relay that to them.
And the pack leader would respond, "There are bigger things for you to worry about than us in this forest."
Like what?
The Wendigo.
When did a Wendigo come to Shreveport?
You seem to be very dumb for one of your kind, he says to you, Kinwin. As a
Next year.
As a forest dweller, you should know the history of these woods.
I'm not actually well versed in history.
Kurobe, what do you do?
What is it happening?
It seems that Kenwin is still having a conversation with the wolf. What are you doing in the meantime?
Until Kenwin gives me the okay that he understands and is agreeing to stay away from people, he's pinned to the ground and he can't do anything.
While he's talking, he is attempting to slip out of your grip, so he's going to make an athletics check.
So
Or
I'll
an
make one too.
acrobatics check, yep. Well, it's more an athletics check, because he's got stronger strength. That's a 13.
I beat you without my modifier.
Okay, he's still pinned. He's wiggling, but he's still pinned.
In fact, like, I almost could beat you with my modifier.
Bleh. But yeah, he's trying to slip out of Kurobe's grip as he's telling you these things. Kenwin, what do you do?
He just wants you to say that you won't attack people, and he'll let you go.
I don't attack people. We already have an agreement.
He doesn't attack people.
Kurobe, let him go.
And Kroby will get up and he'll walk over and pick his pack back up and give the wolf a smile.
In the meantime, he's growling at you, angry.
Shouldn't show such open hostility to something that's stronger than you.
Don't goad it, please.
It doesn't seem to understand what
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
Robe's saying anyway.
it's just a concept. Like, don't go, damn thing.
And the other wolves are growling, sort of starting to approach you all.
I think it's time to leave.
And Vanya's gonna call Zephyr over to her side at that point,
Mm-mm.
as they're getting ready to leave.
Zephyr's also growling, protectively, just kind of standing in front of your legs.
She's gonna give him a little bit of a head pat and start walking off.
Lagon, also watching all of this, is walking with you.
I'm just waiting for Kenwin. I'm not going to leave him alone in the grove with the wolves.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, I'll bounce slightly and just start backing away slowly.
Probably would just turn around and start walking and following Kenwin.
All right. You all walk away.
There was something troubling mentioned at the end there. The head wolf thought that we should be worried about the Wendigo.
Would I know what a Wendigo is?
Anyone who wants to can make a either history or intelligence-based animal handling. No, not animal handling. Arcana.
It's a -2 anyway, so why not?
Arcana
10.
or history?
Arcana or history. Yep.
That's a 10.
I'll do an Arcana check.
And
19.
Vanya, it makes sense that you would be the only person who would know about such things, because they are forest-dwelling creatures of a very sort of tall appearance. You've maybe not encountered any in your in your experience before, but you've definitely read books regarding, forest creatures and things like that. It doesn't fall under the category of beast, but one might consider it similar to a ghost, or to something that is a guardian of some kind. It hunts for smaller prey, obviously, but it does so in a way that is kind of wasteful, where it really only goes after the heart of the creature that it's slain. Like that is enough to satisfy it. And when you kind of think about it, you remember that it has this sort of piercing gaze, where if you stare into its eyes, it's like you can't move and you can't cast spells while it's looking at you. Almost like a dead magic zone walking in its vision. And does have some control over the elements.
She is going to relay what she knows to the party about it. Just kind of giving them a little bit of a warning about what it could do.
It's known to confuse. It's known to render magic useless. It's known to have some control over some elements. It's really unpredictable.
Does anyone happen to have a mirror?
Sadly, no.
Oh, do we know where this thing would be?
In here, it could be anywhere.
Well,
You did not mention any location.
and I guess we should just keep going to where we're being pulled. And if we find this thing, maybe we can deal with it. There's no way to track it. There was no way to know where it is.
For now, at least.
Yeah.
And they will continue moving toward where Vanya believes she's being guided.
All right. You continue through the forest. I would like whoever wants to make a perception check as you're walking.
Definitely making that one.
Visual check?
Yep.
I'll let our druid do that.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
Or 26.
Hell yeah.
17, so, yeah.
All right.
Let one of them do it.
Yep. So
I
Ray,
mean, I'm not bad, but we got special glasses or something. I remember for Kenwin, and they're both.
Vanya's just
Vanya's just good.
unnaturally good.
Yeah, I've only got a +5.
What do your elf eyes see?
I knew that shit was coming. That one's
There's several
gonna
times when you've done natural 20s where I've had to do that. It's fine.
You know, I actually bought
see
one,
into the
but
Matrix?
bought it, but I haven't put it together yet.
Ooh.
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 Or when Kinwin makes his glasses check, he has goggles. He has the glasses.
That is awesome.
Nice.
Woden going all out for us.
Yeah, hell yeah. Woden is the true cosplayer out of this team. I as the person who was the true cosplayer out of the Chroma Company, I completely understand.
Oh, I would love to, but like, you
Right?
try making or finding something for my big ass.
Bruh. It you can get it. It's just custom, and custom is expensive.
Yeah, and I am what they call the poor.
Fair.
And I would have her bear tooth on, but a certain menace knocked it off my desk. I haven't been able to find it.
Bruh.
Yeah.
God damn it, Dagger.
That's why that command exists on my string.
Fantastic. But yeah, you continue. You continue on into the forest. It does start to thunderstorm above you as the day has grown. The day has grown darker as sunset is approaching, and so in finding a place to camp, which I would need a survival check from someone. Well, I guess that perception check will work because that's perfectly fine. Because Vanya got a nat 20, so I'm not gonna take that away from you. So with that, you find kind of as you're traveling along, a similar outcropping to the ones that the wolves had found themselves, but this is far enough away that you feel that you feel that you would have sufficient cover from the rain, as it has started to rain, uh, as well as sufficient protection on 3 out of 4 sides in order to be able to sleep at a without having to worry a whole lot about being surrounded or attacked or anything like that on multiple sides. Given that you have angered potentially a pack of dire wolves. If they have been following you, they would be aware that they could not get the advantage of it on you at this particular moment, at this particular place where you sleep. Not without you knowing. And so...
Well, if he saw what I did with my bare hands, imagine what I could do with the sword. He probably wouldn't want to mess with me.
Well, he's an animal. And animals don't exactly have the highest intelligence. They know what to fear. They know what not to fear. And... well, just because you pinned him doesn't mean anything to him. Not truly. Because you're not a wolf. You're a human.
And the wolf we have is kind of small in comparison.
Yeah. Zephyr is big for a wolf, but he's not dire size.
Yeah.
So, he is a small bean compared to them. But you set up camp. Who's going to take the first watch?
Vanya will, as
Okay.
usual.
Okay. I'll even carry over that natural 20 into your watch as you're taking first watch. You're very vigilant about everything around you. Something about your senses just something just you just sort of know when something passes by. You see a couple of times that there are animals who are scurrying through the woods outside of this outcropping that just are trying to find some kind of shelter of their own. Maybe get a little close to see if there's something inside of this particular one, find that you're there, and just kind of turn around and find something else. The other thing that you kind of feel is you feel like you're being watched. And you're not sure what direction it's coming from exactly, but you just feel this sort of anxiety, general sort of spying sense on you. And as you all come to relax for the evening, you all feel a little bit of that sort of watched anxiety. Just kind of slowly but surely come over you.
I don't like that feeling. But she's gonna stay vigilant until the next person gets out.
All right. Who's taking the next watch?
I'll take it.
All right. So Kinwin takes next watch. Make a perception check.
13.
13. You're able to watch as the sort of forest life sort of uh, sort of beyond your dark vision, kind of walk past. The rain is still coming down very, very sort of heavily. The lightning and thunder are still going. The but that you might be slightly distracted by that sort of feeling like you're being watched, like somebody's looking through the back of your head, and you turn around to try and see who's maybe looking at you, but there's everyone else is asleep. They're not watching you, so you turn your head back around, and uh, you still feel that sort of gaze upon you. And you might be slightly distracted by it, but you're not distracted enough that you are able to um, kind of shoo away creatures that might be drawing a little too close with a lit torch, or maybe a cantrip to kind of shoo them away. Um, and so the watch goes pretty uneventful. Kurobe is doing the breakfast watch.
Yeah, I think that's his. He's doing the last watch just so he can prep everything for everybody.
Okay. Give me a perception check, Kurobe.
Sure.
I think we have to settle into a routine with this.
I'm kind of busy cooking, so it's only a 13.
Okay. So you you're maybe slightly distracted a little bit by that just presence, the presence of that feeling on the back of your neck, the I'm being watched from all directions sort of a feeling. And so to further distract yourself and possibly shoo off any other anxieties you might have, you start to cook breakfast. And today's breakfast is a little bit more elaborate than most traveling days, as Kurobe has gone out of his way to prepare things that might have taken a little extra time, like
we did a frittata.
Exactly. We cooked up a little bit of like bread, and toasted it, or something like that. Whatever, like meat, eggs, and toast for breakfast, instead of just toast or just eggs or something like that today. So he's gone a little out of his way to make a little bit more for breakfast today, to try and shoo away some of that looming feeling. But you get up, Kinwin and Lagan do their daily rituals to prepare, and you have the morning, as it is early, only just past sunrise. What do you do?
Is it still storming?
The storm has actually let up, so it's more like sprinkling. You have the shade overhead, but it's not overly dark as it was during the night.
Well, we can move on if you guys are ready.
Did anyone else get the feeling that we may be being trapped?
Oh, so that wasn't just me last night then. That's good to know. It could be the wolves, though. I mean, we did kind of piss them off yesterday. Especially a certain someone, and she's going to give a bit of a glance over the girl.
Lagan sort of chuckles. Well, it was a very strange idea to wrestle a wolf.
I tried to teach him a lesson.
Yeah. Well, you may have ended up just pissing him off more. Wolves are a bit of a proud creature, and she's looking at Zephyr, just giving him scritches.
He kind of nudges into it happily.
But hopefully they haven't actually followed us. But let's get
Well,
going.
we should remain on the watch. I will cover the
agree.
back as usual.
I got the front.
Just don't wander into any other creatures head on, please. The last few times you have done that, it hasn't turned out well for you, my friend.
Yeah, but it's better of me than you. I can take it.
Fair.
Spoken like the old man you truly are. Caution goes to the wind.
Especially when he's concerned.
And Krobe would head out, belly full, happy.
Same with the rest of you.
Yep.
All right. So the pull of the Heart of Rune is continuing to draw you westward. Whoever wants it can make a survival check. Make sure that you keep on course and can find your way back should you need to in this dense and heavily wild forest.
I got 11 this time.
That's a dirty 20.
Oh, okay. So where Kinwin might find himself a little confused at where it is y'all are heading, as he was never really that much of a navigator for his clan, were you, Kinwin? You always just kind of followed the troop wherever it is that they went, and made sure not to lose sight of anybody.
Yep. Especially since I wasn't very good at perception until I got the eyes of the, whatever it's called.
The eyes of the hawk, I think is what it is. The yeah, as an eyes of the eagle. Okay. Yeah, as a young man, you were always kind of just hanging on, possibly literally, to your adopted mother's coattails, as she would often warn you of getting lost, because there are monsters and animals and all sorts of other things in the forest that if you don't stick close by, they'll nab you and either kidnap you or eat you or some combination of both. And she didn't want that for her little boy. So anytime that you wandered off without her knowing, you got a good scolding. Which also made it very hard for you to really practice looking out for where things are, except for where other people are in relation to you, because you don't want to lose them, because losing them means getting lost. So your eyes are often taking between Kurube and Lagon and Vanya, and maybe that's for the better, because Vanya seems to understand the woods. She understands trails and tracks, and while there isn't very much in the way of there isn't much in the way of getting her lost, she always seems to understand how to find her way, because maybe there's something she learned as a result of her training as a ranger, that she naturally just seems to understand directions. Naturally understands the forest floor and how to avoid snakes, how to avoid snares, how to avoid troublesome brush, how to skip over or cut through underbrush that would be troublesome. And so, walking through this place, you don't lose that sense of eyes just watching you. In fact, it seems to be getting stronger. Like part of you is being drawn toward it. And as you're doing so, you kind of see a couple more of these structure, sort of small little pillar ruins from who knows when, start cropping up, and cropping up a little more frequently now. Where there's only a couple near the road, it starts to be more kind of scattered a little heavily in this area.
Stranger and stranger as we go.
And the forest is oddly quiet. You don't hear birds. You don't hear the wind. You don't feel the wind. Everything is just still in this place.
Guys, stay alert. It's never a good sign when the forest goes quiet like this.
Indeed.
All right. Are you walking as normal, or are you
walking as normal, staying alert, but also looking over the little ruins as we go along.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then you all can make me perception checks.
23.
23.
All right.
Wow, Kirby actually managed to meet me for once.
21.
All right. That feeling of unease just kind of looms over you. That's probably the thing that you feel the most, because you don't feel much of anything else. You see, as the canopy gets a little thicker in this region, the stone brick ruins around this place, you start to see some of them have foundations, that there's floors, but half of whatever here was missing. That there are no walls to speak of, but pillars and arches and sort of half structures here. Like, some of it has been overgrown and overtaken with time. You see bits of those stone bricks just kind of poking out of the dirt, as if the dirt has swallowed some of it up. That some of these structures might have been several stories tall, but the earth has since swallowed them. And it's very strange when you hear a howling. A howling like a wolf in the distance, kind of just beyond. and it sets the hair on the back of your neck standing. As that howl is the same sort of presence as that feeling of being watched. It almost as if it intensifies. Vadia, it starts to click in your mind. You remember. You get closer to a Wendigo's den. The more that the rider indicates that they felt uneasy, the closer they got to the den.
We're starting to go into dangerous territory, guys. We're starting to get too close to where that Wendigo is supposed to live, apparently.
That's not good.
No, it's not. The closer we get, the more anxious we're going to feel, the more unease. At least, that's what I've learned before. We need to be careful.
So, how do you proceed?
Gonna try and find a bit of a way around, but gonna push forward all the same.
Okay. Make me a survival check.
$16.
You start to try and guide your way away from these ruins that you've come across. But after a few moments, you find similar ruins. You look closer at it, it's the same ruins. You walked away from them. Why are they in front of you?
Joy, I was hoping this wouldn't happen.
You try and veer the team away from them again, this time kind of helping everyone dash through the forest, but you find them in front of you again.
I think it's safe to assume we've been trapped. Just wanting to lead us in circles. So instead of trying to lead them away, she's gonna head straight for the ruins. Probably the only choice at this point.
Are the rest of you following?
Yes.
Okay. You start to walk a little deeper. You find that one structure amongst this place is several stories tall and is mostly intact. You can see into the rooms because some of the wall on the front facing has come and collapsed, where the overgrown sort of vines and foliage have kind of broken those stones away from the rest of the structure. The structure is, again, not very much to look at. It's just simple stone. But in this particular case, it's kind of a marbled white stone.
Is it
It's
plain, or is there any kind of like writing on it, or?
there's not any inscriptions on it. You can tell that some of these walls were smoothed over with the intent of painting on the walls, but the paint and some of the sort of smoothing agent that's kind of gone over all of the cracks. Some of that has started to peel away. Most of it, actually, with some of the vines kind of peeking through and breaking off these pieces of the paintings. Uh, the the bits that you find on the ground of this particular portion are probably no bigger than a gold piece, and that's what's left of the paintings. It's as if the forest has begun to retake this structure. You see that there's a tree nearby whose roots have kind of who've kind of dug into the ground very heavily, and that's on like the front facing sort of entrances that you see. That tree is very likely a major culprit in that whole wall just being missing. That and when you look inside, there's very little that is of any kind of like wood or anything like that. That isn't something that's growing. That's left. So if you were to assume that this place was being used by something, none of the no wood furniture would be left. There's rocks and stone bricks and uh, you know uh, leaves and vines and trees growing out of the cracks in the walls, and looks like it's been overtaken by foliage for decades. But you hear that sound again. The howling sound. Sort of harrowing. It sounds like it's coming from below?
Oh, fun. Alright, the way I see this is we've got to probably fight this thing if we don't want to keep going in circles like we have been. Are you guys up for it?
I don't see how much choice we have.
Girl?
Cordoba?
Just watch, he's muted himself.
Fat guy? Oh. Well, I think that's a signal for us to take a quick break, so we'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale, Session 33. The Lucky Sevens have found themselves lost in a ruin in the middle of the Twilight Grove forest. Having been led a little too close to this particular ruin for comfort by the sort of pull on Vanya from the heart of the heart of Rune. They found themselves circling back endlessly in a sort of ruined city against a cliffside. One can assume a ruined city because there are structures strewn all over the forest in this area, but all of them have crumbled to near nothing, overtaken by wildlife, by greenery, by forest trees, by just about anything that could grow in this forest. Kinwin, sadly, is not familiar with this particular section of the forest, as he's never been much of a navigator out of his clan, but you have heard stories. Stories told by those in your clan of an endless maze. A maze that seems to circle back on itself in the midst of the forest. And Vanya, with the ever-present sort of watchful eye feeling that you all are experiencing, you've come to recognize that this is the den of a creature called the Wendigo. Beast-like in appearance, very large, consumes the hearts of the creatures it slays, but most importantly, that its gaze renders magic inoperable. If its eyes follow you, you cannot cast. And with control over the elements in some degree, this makes for a dangerous foe. But resolute, Vanya, you're pressing forward.
Yep.
Kurobe would be out in front, just looking for a way in if we're going to have to confront this thing to get out of here.
The structure that you see in front of you is pressed up against this cliffside, and the front wall, which would be an entrance, is missing, and this thing is several stories high, almost like this is a tower of some kind. It has several floors, but the stairs have long been crumbled, and the whole thing is just overgrown with the foliage of the forest floor. As you're not really seeing a stone floor anymore. You're seeing undergrowth. You're seeing vines and bushes and shrubbery and just about everything else kind of growing out of the cracks in the midst of this sort of tower that has no top, it has no front. You see the stone floors are still crumbling, where they could come down at any moment. They look unstable. But you hear a noise, a howling, coming from below, and what you see when you gaze into this structure is that there is a cave beyond it on the back wall. And the noise seems to be coming from there.
Korobe would draw his sword and have it aflame to light the way and start heading inside. Watching out for whatever he can see.
Yep.
I don't
Instead
like
of going with
this.
her bow,
Mm.
she's gonna have both her short swords out.
Okay. Lagan makes a comment, I do not like this.
I don't either.
All of this stonework looks like it could go at any moment.
Yeah.
Be watchful up as well as around. Kinwin, are you drawing anything or doing anything before you delve into this cave?
If the Wendigo looks at us, would that cancel spells we already cast that we're keeping with concentration?
That might be something Vanya would know. Vanya, make an Arcana check.
Okay. Where's my dice? There it is. 14.
There's no way of really knowing. She's not really encountered it in person before. She's read books, and those were by other monster hunters, much like herself, who don't cast very often, if they cast at all.
Mm-hmm.
Bingo Prev Cop. Gonna cast Spider Climb on myself.
Ooh. Very nice.
Yes, if we find this thing, I'll try to draw its face. Keep it focused on me. You all spread out so that he can only look at us one at a time.
Right. Then we give it everything we've got.
And this is supposed to lift us from this maze?
Don't know. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Great.
Something is generating them. Something is generating the magic, keeping the enchantment going. I have a feeling it's either the Wendigo or something we'll find in that chamber.
Only real way to find out is to get rid of this thing and see what happens.
It's the best plan we got. Besides, taking a beastie like this out, it's for the greater good anyways.
If you say so. So, you press forward into this cave. It kind of winds for a moment, but leads into another chamber below it. Kind of directly below the tower in a way, from judging from the positioning they do. At Vanya, you're very keen on directions, and everything about this place is wibbly and wobbly and time bendy, space bendy. It's weird. You feel like you should be directly below the tower, but you can't be certain that that's not your mind playing tricks on you. So, but upon entering this chamber, you see more of the same, where it's very overgrown in the way of grass, and that there are sections of the wall that are just that may have had bricks in them at one point, but have since kind of overgrown with the forest vegetation. And it seems a little bit odd that they would be growing even down here, because there's not really there's not a point of sunlight at all. There's only what lights you have on you. It is otherwise very dark. So long as you have your dark vision, you should be okay. But Lagon is instantly a little bit unnerved by the fact that he can't see very far. Given that Kurobe's flame tongue sword really only lights up just enough for him to be able to see in general.
So she is describing the areas ahead as far as she can see. Trying to keep everyone in the loop about it.
Okay. I would like everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
It would do, it sheds bright light for 40 foot and dim light for another 40.
Okay.
So it's out to 80 foot.
Out to 80 feet that he can see. Yep.
Yeah. A dex saving throw?
Yep. Dexterity saving throw, please.
16.
Oh,
I bet you
okay.
could
Never
do.
mind. I was about to say, well, I get hit. No, but no, I rolled a 17.
22.
I rolled for Lagon and he got a natural 1. Oh no. Well, just as the three of you are kind of passing into the entryway, the ground kind of shakes for a moment, and some of the ceiling starts tumbling down in this archway. The three of you run into the room to escape it, where and when the dust kind of settles, you realize that the entryway is closed off, and you hear Lagon on the other side. Ow!
You okay?
I'm fine. Just got knocked on the head.
Be glad it hit the hardest part of your body.
Funny guy. But as you hear Lagon say that, you hear the howling noise again, and this time it's close.
Is there any way? Is like it's completely sealed off, right?
Yeah, the doorway is sealed off.
She's just gonna call through to tell him to start working on making an opening that they're gonna press on.
And when you look deeper into this chamber, there is no other entrance. As soon as you get close enough to as soon as you start to walk forward, the light from Kurobe's blade illuminates the creature in front of you, making chomping, sort of crunching noises. It has the corpse of an animal next to it. It's kind of just chewing loudly. And as soon as the light hits it, it looks over at you all, and you can feel it. That gaze, that very strong, piercing gaze that makes you quake in your boots. That same sort of watchful eye sort of piercing at you, and the creature you see in front of you, it's almost as if the face has completely melted off of a wolf, maybe. That this creature is bigger than you thought, as in comparison you are beating creatures, it is huge. You see that but you also see that there might be some intelligence to this creature, as you see that adorning the side of it, there are some skulls like ornaments on its belt, like kind of on its waist. The claws are large and massive, as if As if that's enough to just swipe at you.
Are there any human skulls? Like humanoid skulls?
It's dim enough light and far enough away at 80 feet or more that you can't tell just yet. But they do look like medium creatures. That's for sure.
Well,
I mean, anything would in
Kurobe's
comparison
going
to how big it is.
Yeah, Kurobe's going to start, like, walking kind of sideways towards him and, like, circling around and trying to get him to draw his attention away from the other two. And waiting for this thing to make a move to go for the attack.
Vanya is gonna circle around the other way.
You hear what sounds like speech coming from it. Do any of you know deep speech?
Nope. I don't.
No.
Then you don't know what it says at all. And it gives a bit of a laugh. And then I would like you all to roll initiative.
Joy.
Hey,
20.
guess what? I rolled a 10 this time, not a 0.
Good job.
15.
I'll still probably go last, but
Yeah, that's from the sounds of it so far.
So Kinwin, what did you roll?
15.
15. Vanya.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Ooh, nice. And Kurobe.
10.
Alright. Cool beans. Well, let's get this going, shall we? Kurobe, it is... It is... Ooh, let me actually show you what is on the board here. Let me actually get you all on the board too, so that I can show our lovely audience. Alright, so this is the creature that you have been seeing.
Mm-hmm.
This is our lovely Wendigo friend. This is the beast that he's been chomping down on. And then all of you came in right over here.
Like I said, I was moving forward and to the right. So
Forward
I would
to the
be
right.
out.
So you'd be over here.
Or yeah.
And Vanya was moving the opposite direction. Or the other direction.
Okay.
With, obviously with Zephyr.
Okay. That's where you would get with about 30 feet of movement. And Kinwin, what were you doing? Were you just standing there at kind of the entryway?
Weren't we inside?
You are inside. This is kind of an enclosed space.
Okay, so is there a wall near me that I could use to climb up to the ceiling with?
Yeah, absolutely. But you would also find that it is looking in your direction and you cannot climb the wall. You still feel the spell in your mind, but you can't climb the wall. It's like it's not taking effect. Doesn't affect your concentration, just the effect.
Well, that answers that.
Right?
I'll try to move behind one of those rocks so I can like try to get out of its view.
Okay. Try and get some cover. Okay. You can come over this way with 30 feet. Okay. So this is your starting positions at the start of initiative.
Mm-hmm.
So, first things first. Okay, so first things first. In a bit of a quick flick of the wrist, the creature sort of it looks as if the water that is in the pool just over here starts to lift out of the pool and start to shoot across and cover some of the ground. So it's kind of tossing all of that kind of in this general direction, and what you see is the ground becomes very slippery. It's as if the water kind of congeals into place and creates a sort of slippery effect. And so it kind of looks like slime. Whatever that pool was, it is not water. Vanya.
Seeing that it has effectively slimed the floor,
Mm-hmm.
she's gonna go ahead and switch back to the bow. And since Kurobe is not in the way just yet, that's gonna be Hail of Thorns cast at level 2.
Hail of Thorns, level 2. Get it.
So, alright, first shot. Let me go back to this. That's a lot. 24.
20, 24 will hit.
Cool. Okay, so let me find my dice here. Alright, so initial damage is 9, and then the Hail of Thorns damage is an extra 13 on top of it.
Okay.
And taking another shot with the bow.
Okay.
That's a 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Okay. Max damage.
Ooh.
Which is at 12.
12. My valley. Alright. Cool beans.
And then Zephyr is staying with her at the moment.
Staying put. Okay. Cool. That finish your turn?
Yep.
Alright. Ooh. That cone would have been wide enough that Hail of Thorns wouldn't have taken effect. I have to remember that.
Ah. Right.
Yeah, because you would feel that at the entryway you weren't affected. Getting to that position, that's when it starts to affect you.
Okay.
Because it's about 60 feet in front of you. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. I need to make a dex save anyway for that too.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
We both messed up there.
Yeah, we'll just negate the negate that. Which actually bringing us back to Kinwin, you would be able to spider climb to about the position that you're at here. If you wanted to be right here and instead on the ceiling. Because it's only about like a 30-foot tall ceiling. So you'd be able to get like right here on the wall. Like on the ceiling right here.
Yeah, this fucking he looks at me though, I'm gonna fall.
The second he looks at you, you're gonna fall. So it's your choice.
Can I get anywhere on the ground where I can see him, but he can't see me?
There's no complete cover as of right now. Not in range that you can get to. So you can be right here, but he can still see you.
Well, I would like to make headway towards that range, even if I can't make it this time.
Okay, yeah.
Try.
So right here is a good spot. This is where you started. So, uh, your turn. You want to be in cover. Where can you get to be in cover? If you wanted to go prone, you can get behind these, but that would put you prone. You are not in the magical cone effect, but you are you are not in cover. So
Alright, yeah. I just need to eventually get to a place where I can see him and he can't see me.
um yeah, just being right here, you don't have the magical cone affecting you. So you can cast at him if you want.
Can I
He
see him
is
from where I am?
Yeah, you can see him from where you are because Kurobe's light goes that far and you have dark vision.
Oh, okay then, yeah.
You just need to cast a spell that has a range of greater than 60 feet because that's how far you are.
It's 30 feet, darn. Okay,
Yeah,
then, yeah, I'll just try to get closer.
just trying to get close. You can move to right here, but you would kind of be in his cone.
I guess that's alright for now.
Uh, so where do you want to go? Do you want to go up here? Do you want to go up over here?
Yeah, on or
On this right here?
Yeah.
Okay, go right there. You are not in his cone, and so you can safely cast something at greater than 60 feet. Otherwise, you can do what you like. Something else if you like. Also, this right here is up against a wall, so that you understand. So you doing anything else, or?
Yeah, Moonbeam has 120 feet, so I'll
Yep,
cast Moonbeam
cast a
on.
moonbeam. Okay, we'll use the spiritual weapon sword to signify the moonbeam. A good place to put it would be right here, because then it's not affected by the cone. And he has to make a Constitution save.
That is correct.
It's all of 12.
Does not save.
All right, so roll me some damage.
While he's doing that dumb question, considering our goof, is that still a slot used?
No,
Okay. Just double checking there.
no, you would have felt the effects and known. And since you have read about this creature and its effect on people, you wouldn't have cast the spell.
Okay. Yep. I just want to double check on that.
Okay, so Kinwin is dropping concentration on Spider Climb and instead going for a Moonbeam. And what is the damage? 20 damage. Oh boy.
Nice.
That's a good hit on a Moonbeam.
Mm-hmm. 41 damage on the first round.
What was that, Woden?
Rolled a 9 and a 10 and 2 with his eyes.
Hell yeah. Get it. Alright, so you are up on this little rock formation, stone, sort of cobblestone formation here. You doing anything else?
No.
Alright, so staying put there. Alright, Kurobe.
Sorry, looking for my dice real quick.
Yep, his cone kind of comes out this direction here.
Um,
So you are in it.
yeah. Am I correct to say that this is an anti-magic field?
Yep. Essentially.
Essentially, yeah. Except
Cool.
it moves because he's facing.
Yeah. Then I cast my or use my bonus action to break my wings out and fly at him. Because
Okay.
they are not magical. It doesn't block deity powers and such. I looked all this up to make sure that I could still use it. But if you roll otherwise, it's up to you if you want to homebrew this.
Yeah, because I'm not sure. Let's see. For the wings, I thought they were a magical effect.
It doesn't say magical anywhere in the description.
But they are ethereal.
You unleash holy energy, basically.
And that's for the ASMR ability, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I checked a couple of different forums and stuff, and where I usually look for the rulings.
Uh-huh.
And if it counts as anti-magic field, basically, that moves, it says in anti-magic field that it doesn't protect things that are created by gods or artifacts.
Let me actually see. Yeah, because this is, yeah. As per the anti-magic field spell. Okay, yep.
And
Okay.
like,
Then if that particular ability is not affected by anti-magic fields, then...
yeah, spells and other magical effects, except those created by an artifact or a deity, are suppressed in the sphere and can't be pursued into it. So...
But it doesn't say racial abilities, though.
But it is provided by a deity, and there's no mention of magic in it. So that's why they roll it that way.
Yeah, fair. That is the way that we've been presenting ASMR in this particular series of stories. So, yeah, I think I'm going to rule that the wings are not affected because you are a supernatural race.
Awesome. Then I fly at him.
Your fly speed is 30 feet?
Yes.
Okay. So... you can get there with your full speed.
How far away is he?
He is 20-ish feet away from you.
I will throw a couple of hand axes at him.
Swing, swing.
Yeah.
Get it.
Alright, let's see here. For hand axes... they're a +8, so that's... first one's an 18.
That will hit.
So that's 9 plus 5 radiant.
Okay.
Does radiant
so
matter, or do you want me to?
Radiant
or fire
doesn't matter. No.
Does fire matter at all?
Fire does not matter, so you can combine it.
Okay, I will combine all rolls from now on. Then that one misses. That's our 13.
Wait, I didn't subtract. I added. I'm a dummy.
No, reverse math coffee.
That's addition. Okay, so so it was 14 damage for the first hit, and what was the second roll?
Second roll was a 14 to hit.
14 does not hit.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's almost as if when you're swinging at him, it's almost like the parts that you're aiming for don't exist. It's almost like you swing through some of it. It's that weird sort of real but not real sort of sensation, and it really kind of makes you feel weird.
Well. Okay. Then that is my turn.
Okay, so that's Kurobe's turn. It is time for the creature.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? Creature starts his turn in the moon phase, in the moonbeam. That's a natural 1 on a Constitution save. Roll me some
Guys,
damage.
if you have the Derek Dice emote, just spam it right
Please.
now.
Yes.
16 damage.
16 damage.
Because Poppy can't roll worth shit today.
Which is usually he's trying to murder us.
Right?
Natural 20, natural 20, natural 20.
No.
Uh-huh.
No. That's Mojo. We have Mojo dice emotes for that.
Yeah. Mojo's the one
My
who,
dice.
At disadvantage, can roll 2 nat 20s.
My dice just are exceedingly average. But yes, he starts his turn in the moonbeam. We had 16 damage for him. He's going to move out of the moonbeam, and he is going to change the direction he's looking. But he is going to come face you, Kurobe. So he's facing in this direction, so he does have direct line of sight. So Kurobe, or Kinwin, that anti-magic field will actually dispel your moonbeam. You still have concentration on it, it's just disappeared.
Alright.
He hit the dimmer switch.
Yep. So, he is now facing in this direction, which no longer has Vanya in his
In the cone.
in the cone.
Okay.
So, Vanya's not in the cone anymore, and he gets 2 actions. One is an attack, and he's going to swing a claw at you, Kurobe.
I don't suppose he wants to talk this out yet.
Nah. But that is going to be a 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
It is going to be 14 damage.
Okay.
And then
I'm digging the music.
Yeah,
why
so
does this
funny.
not have the list of the effects?
Because it
Because
can't
I
be
hate you.
easy.
Yeah, of course not.
Because you need all the tabs open for everything.
Yep. For real. Okay. Oh, stop. Okay, it's a D10. As to what happens. So he is going to fire a ray at Vanya. Number 10. Ooh. Dexterity saving throw.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna need...
That
Yes.
is a lot. I need to do math here.
I
Calculator, please.
need my dice roller.
That is a 22.
Okay, well, Google. Okay, and so you made a 22?
Yep.
Okay, so you take half. That's 31 points of necrotic damage.
Ooh.
It hurts. It's like your skin starts to decay instantly.
And that 31 was how?
31 was half.
Oh, Jesus.
I think I know what this was reskinned from. Shit.
Ow. Fuck you.
It flicks its wrist at you, Vanya, and just unleashes a ball of energy and just smacks you with it. And in that moment, your skin just starts to feel like it's melting.
Yeah, they're probably going to hear her, kind of scream in pain, because that took a good chunk out of my health.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I did not expect that one to come up. Okay. Well. That's its turn. Now it's time for an effect to take place.
Oh no.
Um. Kinwin, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. So what happens is tendrils from the wall just kind of leap out and grab you and hold you, and you are now considered grappled. You must either do an athletics or an acrobatics check on your turn to escape it, and that requires an action. So you are considered grappled right now. You cannot move. All right. That's that effect. Vanya.
Yeah, Kurobe, I'm sorry. This has to be done at this point.
Oh, great.
I'm still out of the cone, right?
You are no longer in the cone, correct?
Hail of Thorns level 2.
Get it. Do better this time.
Right?
We need to teach you Hunter's Mark.
I have Hunter's Mark.
Well, that's
just
something
does
that
more
doesn't kill
damage.
me.
That's a 23 to hit.
23 to hit will hit.
Alright. It and Kurobe need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And base damage to it is 12. Because max damage again.
Woo.
13.
Oh, you were one off. You don't make it. I'm sorry, Kurobe.
Neither did it. It got all of 5.
Okay. So you both are taking 8 points of damage.
And 8 more points from Hail of Thorns.
Okay, that's not as bad as I was thinking.
Yeah, because I get the initial damage, and then you get the Hail of Thorns damage.
Yeah.
I get both.
You're kind of lucky there, Kurobe, because that's technically 2d10.
Yeah, I was
damage.
expecting close to 20 damage. So I was expecting a third more of my health to go away.
What? Like what just happened to me? Second arrow's going out.
Alright. Pew pew.
19.
19 hits.
11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. Okay. It's looking pretty hurt. It's looking pretty hurt. It's kind of bloodied. But you also realize that the blood that it's wearing isn't necessarily its. It might be from the creatures that it has slaughtered.
That's it for my turn, because Zephyr's staying with her.
Okay. Oh, actually, well, yeah, Kurobe, you flew. You didn't have to actually take any considerations when it came to slippery, difficult terrain. You're fine. So, because the difficult terrain is still in this area.
Yep, that's why I was hoping. As soon as I heard that, I'm like...
Oh, no.
Hey.
Actually, it dissipated. Never mind. It dissipated when that new effect came into play.
Okay.
Okay. Kurobe, or Kinwin, your turn. You are in its cone.
and grapple, which I will try to get out of.
All right. Spending an action to dex or athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
4.
Oh no, you can't. Sadly, you cannot escape. You try and you try and you try, but it takes everything in you, and you still aren't out. It has you pretty good and tight. Which means you have a bonus action left. Anything to do with a bonus action?
No.
Nope. Okay. Well, sadly, that's all of Kidwin's turn. He struggle. He struggle hard. Kurobe.
I'm going to fly up and around and behind him.
Fly up and behind him. Okay.
Try to draw his gaze to me.
Okay.
And if he just gives me his back, I'm going to wail on his back.
Yep, he can't change the direction of which he's looking until his turn.
Yeah.
Let him have
I'm
it.
going to use a bonus action to activate Fighting Spirit,
Okay.
which that gives me this many hit points. And let me check that off. Now I have advantage. Well, Coffee, you know what's coming. I bonk.
Bonk.
That will be number 1. Attack number 1 will be a 21.
That'll hit.
That's roll. So that is 9 plus 6, 15, 21. That's 26 damage for the first hit.
26. God damn. You wonder why. I have a hard time balancing these things. You can do 26 damage in a round.
Well, that's
in one
popping
attack.
everything.
Excuse me. Fighters.
Yes, fighters.
Fighters.
Yes, fighters.
So that would be a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Don't run away from me. I get to reroll ones. That's 8 plus. That's a 14 plus 20 damage for the second attack.
Okay.
Action surge.
Get it.
That is another 21 to hit.
Bruh. Go.
Those get to get rerolled. That's 11 plus 6, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 26 damage for the third attack. And then 15 plus 24 to hit for the last attack.
Hell.
And get to get re-rolled. Oh, drop the dice. We don't like that.
He goes last for a reason. If this was our opener, the rest of us wouldn't see much action.
7 plus 6 plus 13. 15. 21 points of damage for the last attack.
Okay, yeah, it's looking pretty hurt. Again, the sort of pseudo real sort of formations of its body just seem to they kind of look like they're held together, but you slice through it and it feels like it's making contact, like you know that this thing is hurting because of this, even if it's not very bloodied of its own blood. It doesn't really spew blood when you slice into it, actually. It's a little more ethereal than that.
You realize I'm back here, right?
It is... What is it going to do? Is it going to swing around and look at you, or is it just going to point at you?
Probably both.
Well, it has to choose one or the other.
Oh. It wants me dead, I'm sure.
It do. It do real bad. So it's probably just going to point at you for something.
Cool.
So it means that it's not changing its direction. It's still looking at Kenwin. It is, instead of... well... It can do one or the other. It's not going to pass up on that chance to swing at you either. So, it's going to swing at you and then shoot a beam at Vanya again.
God.
It can't shoot a beam at me and hit me?
I mean, it could.
Okay.
Because the attack that it swung at you is a miss, because that's a hole of 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's choose a beam.
Still let me yours is at Kurobe.
Oh, well, for one, I did the wrong one on you, Vanya. So, because I was rolling my D100 die, and it landed on a 10 previously, and so I thought, oh, that's number 10. So I did number 10 at you. I just rolled a 10, the 100 on the on the D100, and so I'm just going to do the opposite of what I did to you, which is a 1. The wisdom saving throw.
Shit.
For me or Kurobe?
Kurobe.
Okay.
Well, okay, wisdom's not that terrible. Ooh, okay. We'll take that. That will be a 24.
No effect. Nothing happens. It just kind of waves its hand at you, and you're like, what? What? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. Effect. Another effect. Effect number 3. Ooh. So effect number 3. Random ray. Alright. I'm going to use an actual D10, not a D100 this time. So I can get the right one. Vanya. Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh joy, flat roll. Nat 20.
No effect.
Because apparently my dice love me today.
Mm-hmm. All right, Vanya, your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna use my full action to do Cure Wounds on myself at level 2.
Okay. Cure wounds, level 2.
And I'm getting back a total of 6 points.
Go. Yay.
And that will be it for my turn.
All right. No bonus action or anything else?
Nope, because the bonus actions I have all require me to actually attack.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you have Hunter's Mark, you can declare Hunter's Mark. It just doesn't take effect until you hit it next.
Yeah. Which...
Nope.
You know what?
Well, no, actually, you already spent a level 2 spell slot.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's cantrips.
Yep. Can't do that.
Can't do that.
And none of my cantrips would come in handy in this.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that's Vanya's
that's
turn. She's still standing behind a stump. Kenwin. What do?
Still being looked at.
You're still being looked at, so you can try
Time to
and
break out.
Yep, trying to try and break out.
13.
How much?
13.
13. Oh, actually. Oh, no, never mind. That's fine. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, sadly you cannot escape. Your attempts right now are a little fruitless.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
All right. Sorry, Kinwin. Kurobe.
Alright, I'm going to use my bonus action since I'm a little bit hurt.
Mm.
And I'm going to use where is it? Second wind.
Second wind. Hell yeah.
And that'll heal me up that much. So I'm looking a little bit better. And then I'm going to swing on him twice.
Schnicked.
That first one is going to miss.
Mm.
And the second one is going to be a 24.
24 hits.
Oh, good damage. That's 10, 16, 21, 27 points of damage total.
All right. All right. Good swing. Now it's its turn. It is not going to pass up the chance to swing at you. But it is not changing directions of its eyes. It is still staring directly at Kinwin. As if it is purposeful with its gaze. That is an 18 plus a bunch. Where did it go?
That'll hit.
Okay. Plus 5 is 23. Okay.
I'm not hard to hit. I'm of the opponent of the kill them before they kill me.
That is 12 points of damage, piercing. And it is... I'm going to leave that at that, and it is going to also... It is also going to try and shoot you with a ray from its hand. See what it does. Okay. Wisdom saving throw.
Shit. Why can't it just hit me with damage? Okay.
Because it doesn't want to. It wants you dead.
Oh, it wants to control me or something, probably. 20. Dirty 20.
Okay. No effect.
I was getting lucky with these saving throws.
Yeah. Because look, the moment that something mind controls me, that's when we party wipe.
Yep.
It turns the lawnmower on you guys.
I mean, I could be using this creature at its full potential, but I'm not. Because I don't want you guys to die. Unless you want me to go ham.
But Bonnie has lost more than half her health. Let's not.
Pretty much 2 people down in this fight.
Well, It's at half health.
Mm.
So it might get a little desperate. A little desperate it is, actually. Because it is going to use, at the top of the round, the layer ability of another ray. It is shooting it at Vanya. Wisdom saving throw.
Is this thing trying to charm me?
Oh, you might be immune to this. Are you immune to sleep?
Yes, I am.
Yep, no effect.
I don't have to roll.
Because you're a full elf.
Yep, I am a full elf.
You are an elf. And now it's getting frustrated. Oh.
I can just stand trying her just going, fuck you.
And it's almost as if some of those rays are coming out of the walls. Which also means that, Kinwin, you are no longer grappled. But it is Vanya's turn.
How far is this thing from me, by the way?
About 60 feet.
Do I want to... Nah, I think I'll hold off on that one. But I will be doing Hunter's Mark at level 1.
Hunter's Mark, alright. It is Hunter's Marked.
Yes. So, first arrow. 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Alright, so first bout of damage is 12. I've been rolling max damage for a little bit.
Bro.
Hunter's Mark is another 5 points of damage. Now, will Hunter's Mark also be on the second arrow?
Yes. It's
Yes, it
every
would.
hit that you do.
Yep.
Sweet. Second arrow's a nat 20.
Ooh! Get that crit. Spam the mojo dice if you got them.
Let's see here. And I'm assuming the crit doesn't affect the Hunter's Mark, then it's just for base damage.
No, all dice.
Mm-hmm.
All dice?
Including Hunter's Mark, yep.
Okay. So that's 14 base damage.
Okay.
And then for Hunter's Mark, that's an extra 5 points damage.
Alright. Good shot. Good shot indeed.
It has angered her.
How did
That's
you
what has
double
happened.
Hunter's Mark into 5 damage?
Because it's a d6?
Yep.
Did you roll
And-
5?
I just rolled the dice twice, said fuck it.
Oh, okay. You rolled the dice twice. Okay,
Yeah,
I was
gave
like,
it to it.
how do you double into 5?
Oh
It
yeah,
didn't
because
make-
it's supposed to be you double the number of dice.
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, double number of dice, so.
Yep, that's the
I just didn't like looking up my other
technically the crit rules.
Yeah. So, yeah, it has pissed her off. This
Yep.
is the result.
This is the results. Anything else from you?
Nope.
Bonus action Hunter Mark, and then you blink blink.
Yep.
Is Zephyr moving?
No, he is staying back.
What a good boy.
Yes.
He wants to. He desperately
He
wants to
wants-
go and attack the thing.
Mm,
But he's being a good boy.
yes, he's being a good boy.
At some point, I
Because
may
she's
have.
seen what the thing
At some point, he may choose to do something else.
Yep.
But he's a good boy. Kinwin, you're no longer grappled. What do?
Can I get to an area outside of its view that's within 30 feet of it?
Kinda. You'd be pressed up against the wall with this stump right here. Which you do have to poke your head out in order to be able to do anything. So you can be behind the cover and not be affected, or you can poke your head out and it's still. Well, actually, let me look at the cone. Actually, you would be outside the cone. You can do what you want.
Okay.
Moonbeam would come back up.
Moonbeam would come back up. Yep. Where did I set the dice? Or the figure? Did I do something else with it? I guess? I don't remember. I'm gonna put my D4 back where it was. You still had concentration on Moonbeam, right?
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, because you didn't get hit by anything. Or damaged by anything, really. So it's still right there.
But no, it's in it.
Nothing is in it, no.
Mouth Todd, I'll cast Blight on the Wendigo.
Hmm.
And it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is that a touch or is that a range? I forget.
Yeah, it's ranged for area 30 feet.
Okay, so carry reach are within 30 feet of you? Okay. And we said Constitution save?
Yep.
Blah, 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 blah. I think that's a big garbo. Hang on. Where did it go? There it is. Oh, actually, well, that's 15.
So it takes half damage.
Alright. Roll some damage.
That's a
14 damage.
14. Alright. It looks like pieces of it are starting to really kind of just slough off and kind of disappear into a mist, but it's still going. Kurobe.
I will use another round of fighting spirit. Give myself advantage.
Ooh.
And I will swing away.
Swing, swing.
That is a lot. So it's going to hit.
18?
It's a natural 17, so.
Okay.
I get to reroll that. 9, 15, 20, 28 for the first hit damage.
Ah!
Natural 20 for the second.
Goddamn son. Get that crit.
This won't go hurt.
It won't go hard. From a hard lot.
I get to reroll ones. Ooh. Alright. So this is going to be 11, 22. 22 plus 24 is 46. Coffee. That's 52 damage.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah.
Ow!
I think that's the most damage I've ever done on this character in one hit.
Ouchies.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. The cat knocked something over and I had to go check to see what it was.
Raven,
What?
I just did 52 damage in one hit.
Jesus Christ! What did you roll?
That was a crit, and I rolled a
Yeah.
6.
Okay.
I rolled a 6 and a 5 on my sword dice, and 2 6s on my fire dice. So both of those doubled, plus the 6 from my strength and plus 1 weapon.
Oh God.
So that's 52 damage.
Ooh, loading.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
You want to pay attention to me yet?
Okay. 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 That it does bring it to its turn, yeah. It's kind of realized what it is that your mode is. Kurobe.
And turn ass whooping stance and don't stop.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna shift its view in the direction that Kinwin went, although Kinwin is behind a stump, so you technically can't see him. Which means he is going to shoot a ray, or a swing attack at Kurobe. Swing. Because that's who's... It's an 8. But it's a little desperate, so it's going to shoot some rays.
Yeah.
In desperation. Kurobe. Constitution saving throw.
Ooh. Get a +6 to that. That will be an 18.
18 will succeed. You'll take half.
Okay.
Let me clear. Sorry, I just need that many dice. Half will be 22 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, so I take 11 points.
No, that is half.
I'm resistant, so I take half again.
Oh, look at you. You funny little man. Yeah.
Remember, you let him do this.
I mean...
I didn't make him to be this powerful.
Yes. Yes, you did.
Look,
By
I've even
justice of the Platinum Dragon.
Look, I could have taken Great Weapon Master already, but I'm saving that for higher level. Just to be nice to you. I could be doing 10 more damage a swing. Do you really want that on you?
I mean, it's going like full bore in this last round because it's only got one round left pretty much. So I'm doing all 3 rays.
Alright.
Yeah. Kurobe. Dexterity saving throw.
Oh god. I'm fucked. Oh, I rolled a 19. Okay, 18.
That'll pass.
Oh.
So you'll take half of 47 necrotic damage. Half it again.
Jesus.
Which is 23.
Yeah, 23.
Okay, Kurobe's looking a little more hurt now.
So yeah, half
Yeah.
the full damage was 47, half was 23, half again.
Oh, I thought
No.
half was. I thought you did 80 damage total.
No. It's not that
Okay,
powerful.
so 23. So
I'd have to get 10s on all of the dice in order to get that.
So I get to get half of that back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 20. You know, let's add 23 again to get me back up, and then half of that would be 12 or 11.
11.
11.
Yep.
Okay.
So we round down.
Round down.
Okay. Okay.
Here's the general
I'm
goal.
I'm at half health now, because otherwise that would have hurt.
I'm still below half health.
Yeah.
I could attempt ray number 3. Because it's supposed to get 3.
Go ahead.
And that's going to be a Vanya? Wisdom saving throw.
Is it trying to charm me or put me to sleep?
Nope, it's trying to make you afraid.
Okay. 19.
That'll pass, no effect. And then the lair. At the top of the round.
Roby gets shot again.
Maybe.
Tendrils start popping out of the walls again. Kinwin, make a dexterity saving throw. I'm so sorry, Woden. I'm so sorry, Woden.
3.
Oh no! You're grappled. You can't move, but you can do other things. It's fine. You're just in its sight still.
Wait, he was out of sight. Would he know where he is?
Well, he was he ducked behind. He followed, like, following line of sight on Kinwin. He's keeping him in the range of his cone, vision cone. Kinwin's behind the stump against the wall. So he's against the wall. So he's grappled. He's not being seen.
But he just can't move.
He just can't move.
Yeah.
But that means... Oh, wait, he didn't move Moonbeam.
Nope, didn't move Moonbeam. Moonbeam is still up, so... I'm sorry, Kinwin. I'm so sorry. That's not... I just feel so bad. God damn, I keep picking on you.
Poor Woden. Like, Kenwin gets picked on so much because of his dice.
I'm so sorry.
We love you.
We do.
Yeah.
We seriously do. Okay, Fanya.
You said this thing is within 60 feet of me, right?
Yeah. He's like, they're just the edge of 60 feet from you.
Dissonant Whispers, level 2.
Ooh.
And they make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. No, that's not a bad number. Unless that one's that one's a bad number.
So bad number plus a good number.
13.
God damn it, coffee, that makes it.
What?
You had to make the saving throw is wisdom 13.
Oh.
You just made it. God damn it.
God damn. Dissonant Whispers.
Actually, hang on.
It's a save or suck.
Successful save target takes half damage.
Okay, thank
Takes
God
half.
it's not a saver suck.
Okay.
Yep.
Roll damage.
It takes 10 points. That's after having it.
After halved. Okay.
Yep.
Oof.
Full damage would be 20.
Oof. Okay.
I'm gonna flavor this up a little bit, because what he hears, usually if she goes to use this, it'll be like some sort of funeral song just to make it extra creepy. She's pulling from Lagan's book and using a hymn to the Wild Mother.
Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. Love it. Love to see it.
I gotta flavor up somehow.
Yes. Yes, I love it. Love it. Love to see it. Alright.
And then Zephyr is actually going to move in for a bite this time.
Yeah, he can do that because there's no longer any difficult terrain. He has 40-foot movement.
Yep.
Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he can get right up on him. Okay, so he was less than 60 feet, but yeah. So Nom.
And he gets advantage because Kurobe's sitting there.
Yeah, actually flanking too. So.
All right. I need to do math because my head sucks. 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Right. That is. He's huge, so we don't have to worry about the save DC.
Yeah.
That fell. I will have to pick that up here in a second. Plus what? That's 10 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
Hang on, let me pick up this dice. Zephyr's going to be running in. He's going to take a fucking big of a jump as he can with those little wolf legs of his. And hopefully just latch onto his throat, ripping it out.
Can I add a little flavor?
Sure, you're right there.
Kurobe is going to take a swing, like a baseball swing, at his knees from behind, and make him go down on his knees so Zephyr has an easy jump right for the throat to land on top and just start ripping things apart.
I dig it. And even for some flavor, we'll throw that when your moonbeam successfully moves into range, kind of burns up what's left.
Excellent.
Beautifully done. And that ends this creature. You feel as if that creepy feeling that you have been feeling this entire time is lifted.
Hey guys, will help? I still got these tangles on me.
They disappear as soon as it goes down.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
That would have been funny if they had stuck around though.
Fucking Kenwin's just duct taped to the wall.
Right?
And kind of what's left of this creature when all is said and done, kind of the sort of pseudo-spectral form of it is finished. What you find underneath after all of that's melted away is a sort of stone, very round, sort of pockmarked stone. Maybe the creature's heart? It's hard to know.
I'll kind of pick that up and look at it.
It's very cold when you touch it. Almost freezing cold. Almost like you don't want to touch it because it's just that icy.
This might be useful. Well, shall we put it in the bag?
Yeah, put it in the bag. We'll at least be able to study it on the way.
Yeah, it might be able to... Maybe we can make something out of it, or it has a use. We'll play with it later.
Nature check on it?
It'd be more of an Arcana check, but you can if you want to.
Okay.
Here, Kenwin, you play with us. See if you can figure it out. Vanya, hey, do you want to help me? Let's look around and see if we get anything. If there's anything useful around here.
Yeah, she's gonna use a quick cure wounds on herself again.
Mm-hmm. And then Woden, you said you got a 19?
Yep.
Alright. It is...
Point back.
It is definitely... it's definitely a sort of the sort of thing that you would find a magical use for. It would make um, it would make great cold containers. It would make because if you just set it in, set it next to something, you see that the kind of grass that around it when it was on the ground had kind of ice crystals on it, like the humidity in the air had frozen on the grass, and so that's one use for it. There's probably plenty of other uses for it as well. Uh, as far
I
as
wish we had this thing in the desert. Portable
if only
AC.
portable AC, exactly. But yeah, you figure that any container that it goes into will be sufficiently cold.
Hmm.
So if you wanted to throw it in the bag of holding, you might have a very cold bag of holding again. A different bag of holding, as it were.
I'll throw it in with our food
Okay.
to help keep it cold and preserved
Okay. It is
until
thrown
we
into the
figure out
cold
what we're
bag.
doing.
Yep.
You want to mark that down on one of our thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you also said that you're looking for other things of note in this space. One
Yes, I would
thing.
like to assist for an investigation.
Okay.
I am
Uh,
not helming.
the most obvious thing that you find in this place is that there is a toppled statue that is overgrown. And when you look closer at it, it is a statue of Pelor, the Dawn Father. So that's interesting.
Okay. I assume there's like remains and stuff. There's no. Do we find anything in the remains of stuff? And
The other obvious thing that you find is obviously the corpse that this creature was munching on. The sort of the fact that that there are some vegetation growing down here when really there shouldn't be. The pool of water has returned to being water. Um, otherwise, otherwise the ruins that you see. Thinking. I'm thinking if there's a tie-in that I can do. Because I need to tie in something here.
well, while you're thinking about that, Kurobe's going to just kind of pull all the vegetation off the statue, try to stand it up if he can, like, and like, just.
Vanya would help.
You would also. It's very very heavy. It's made of marble stone, but you kind of there are bits of it that are just broken to where it's not going to be able to stand upright on its own. But there is something interesting that you find underneath it. And it's a hammer. Pretty ordinary looking hammer, except that it's got some very sort of light blue sort of etchings into it.
Vanya's gonna look it over a little bit. Sure, look on like a new hammer.
And just as you're saying that, Lagon kind of pushes the last stone out of the way of the entryway. Is everything all right?
I'm a little beat
Mostly.
up, but we're good. We won. Found something shiny.
Fantastic. Let's get out of here before more things show up.
Good idea.
All right. So what do you do next?
We get out of here if there's nothing
We start
else.
making our way out.
Yeah.
Grab
Alright.
the hammer and get out of here.
Well, I think that is where we are going to call the session for today.
Okay.
Having collected a couple of items, one of which from a creature, the other of which from under a statue.
We have a shiny new hammer and a cold stone, which sadly does not produce ice cream.
No. No, sadly not. But
No, we need to get the milk from the cows ourselves.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
We could
Yeah.
probably
You do have to
make
do
ice
that
cream.
yourself. Yep.
That's it. That Kurobi's making ice cream that next session.
Get it. Because that's
'Cause
what's
he has-
important in
he has-
D&D, right?
Yeah, he has milk in the bag the bag of coating because it just makes stuff not spoil. So we're having ice cream.
Well, there you have it.
I literally spent in-game money on these earrings.
Love it. Love to see it. Well, with that being said, we're finishing out the evening with giving some experience to our players. So, my lovely, lovely little beans here. So I run D&D very arbitrarily because what is experience but arbitrary numbers? So, the way that we do things is that it is 10 times the new level for the character to level up, and level up rules are the same as 5th edition the entire time, but that does mean that I get to pick when, things get handed out. And of course, you, the audience, also have a hand in that in being fickle gods, in that you have a way to help these lovely mortals in their quest to being more powerful, as if they weren't too powerful already. So, with that being said, I grant you 5 experience for attending. Thank you very much for showing up, my lovelies. For defeating an enemy, you 3 would get, I'll say, another. Let's see. Let me actually look at the statistics. Yeah, I'm going to say 3 experience for defeating a monster. You found an item. So actually, that's going to bump that up to 5. So it's 10 total for the base, for the 3 of you. And then, for each of our categories of roleplay based experience, who moved the plot?
I'm throwing Vanya's hat in there. Especially when it came to getting down there to get this damn thing, because she's just... I'm tired of going in circles. We're going after it.
Fair. What do you think, Woden?
She was important. Kimlin found out about the Wendigo from the dire wolves.
Ooh, yeah, that's a
true.
good point.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you think, fat guy?
You know what? I'm changing my vote. I'm conceding to Kinlan because he doesn't get enough love.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was debating on whether that or if I was going to vote for that for best scene because
Alright.
it was just amusing.
Ain't nothing stopping you from doing both.
That's
We
true.
love Kenwin.
Kenwin gets the points because he spent all game pinned to a wall.
Poor Kenwin. I'm so sorry. I wasn't meaning to target you. You were just next to a wall.
All right. Yeah, I'll vote for Kenwin too.
Okay, move the plot as Kenwin. Perfect. Get one experience, Kenwin. Who had our best scene?
I'm gonna say Kurobe for wrestling the wolf.
Mm.
Why?
You got to establish dominance.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I'll vote for that too.
The ridiculousness of it. That's what earns it. There you go.
Like I said, I have an idea. It's a stupid idea, but it's an idea.
It's fucking ridiculous. It made me laugh.
We have a druid, we have a hunter. Why are you the one wrestling?
Because he's strong man.
Yes, he's
Strong man who don't give a fuck.
Because Kurobe has no common sense. That's the answer.
No, I think Kurobe has been like, you know what? I've had a good life so far. If this is the end of me, so be it.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of fuck it all.
Fuck it all. Exactly. There's a little bit of fuck it all in this band. So who had the best line?
Bad dog. When I pinned him to the ground.
I'll give him that.
Sound good.
Okay. Kurobe it is. We're still waiting for the audience poll to finish up. There are 8 of you in chat, so get voting, guys. You can spend all of your channel points on it if you want.
Are we immediately going into a long rest? Or...
I'm gonna say hold off on that for now.
Okay.
I'll decide next week.
Okay. I'll just mark it then because effectively I have hit level 8.
Ooh. You have an experience to hit level 8. So when you sleep next, you'll be level 8.
That's why I said effectively.
Yep. Which means I need to update the cards, because all of them are out of date right now.
Yeah. I don't think you even have the fact that she's level 1 bard in there right now.
No, I don't think I do. Because I'm a bit of a slow bean. It's tied 50-50, Vanya Kinwin. Is somebody gonna swing it and snipe it like an eBay? Nope, it's a tie.
It's dead.
It is a tie.
I will concede.
Oh, well, there you have it. Kinwin, you get the audience experience as Vanya concedes.
Thank you.
And Miller, yes, you just got here at the tail end. We're going to be finding somebody to raid. In the meantime, be sure to check out our Discord for all of the announcements that we have for shows that we have going on. Right now, it's only Rebirth as a consistent show, but we do plan on having more VTM in the near future. So definitely give us a follow if you haven't yet. If you need to catch up on some of the shows that we do produce here at Cafe Cat Presents, you can always check out the YouTube. And all of the VODs go up on YouTube very regularly. Let's just put it that way. Sometimes I forget to actually put them to go live, but
By the way, did you get the last of Rebirth up?
I do believe I did. I just have to go and check after the game tonight. Make sure to upload it. So, but with that being said, all of the VODs are on YouTube. You can check them out, watch them, listen to them, because most of them are pretty, non-visuals friendly. So, yeah, there's that, and yeah. So I hope you enjoyed the show. So we're gonna go raid, and we shall see you all next time. And yes, Kinwin did get picked on a lot today. I'm so sorry, Woden. But we do love him. Do love him
Yeah,
a
we
lot.
love you.
But yes, thank you guys so much for your support and everything. So we will see you guys hopefully next Wednesday, with some VTM workshop to build more of Dallas, and definitely on Thursday for more Rebirth. So we'll see you then. Till then, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Nah.